haven't tried yet. You know, can't be done by someone else. But I can't say that because I haven't tried it. Then you go try it.
Self-discipline is self-love. If you want to be happy, you have to love yourself.
No one's ever going to help you guys. You've got to help yourself. Don't let what you can't do in the moment interfere with what you know you can do. When you're headstrong and you believe in yourself, that blossoms desire into action. Path less taken. One that leads to character, legacy. Listen to the voice from within, the energy inside, knowing you can be more than this. Where there are no limitations, excuses, negative energy. It's just high voltage of positive energy.
What will you do?
Rebuild it. Just the way it was, brick for brick.
The effort inside, the undying will wants to come out and be remembered. Stay on your path. Don't allow your path to be altered by someone else's failures or successes. It's all about you guys. Dreams, drive being the key word. Destiny. The drive is up to you. This word. Destiny we have. The drive is up to you. Because who knows how many more we have. For my own personal benefit. Also, questions you think destiny we have. The drive is up to you. enough is at the end of the day, the nth hour, the final hour, whatever you're it's ever good enough. The only thing that's enough is at the end of the day, the nth hour, the final hour, whatever you're it's ever good enough. The only thing that's enough is at the end of the day, the nth hour, the final hour, whatever you're it's ever good enough. The only thing that's enough is at the end of the day, the nth hour, the final hour, whatever you're it's ever good enough. The only thing that's enough is at the end of the day, the nth hour, the final hour, whatever you're
You make the decision to level up every single day for the rest of your life. Do you hear me? How many of you are prepared to die for what you want? I see if you don't really prepare to go all in. Not care about getting embarrassed. Don't care what anyone else thinks about you. Other people are running your life. It's not getting to let controlling your life. How to go from average to fortune. There's 5 simple steps. You might like to make a note. Here's the first one. Get serious. You don't have to be perfect. attention. Self-development amplitude effect carries a level of energy that's greater than the hardwired programs in the body and the emotional conditioning of the body. And the body literally has to respond to what? Examine your personality, examine your personality, change your personality, change your personality, start making people love you. And you have to be calming. Stop the fight. A burning desire for the things or circumstances you want you.